Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees for Tuesday, June 20th, 2023. All the trustees are in attendance and student trustees are also in attendance. We will start. For this month, we are starting the new national anthem. We will start with the national anthem sung by our students, Manuela, Alessandro, and Kiana, grade 8 students from St. Giovanni Scalabrini Catholic Elementary School. Please stand. This is the start that we're having our students sing our national anthems at our board meeting. Let us remember the students, staff, trustees, and family members of staff and trustees who have recently passed away and keep them in our thoughts and prayers. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let the perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. Amen. Please join us in our prayer. Trustee Anisha Thomas, could you lead us in prayer, please? In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen.
O Lord Jesus Christ, to your most sacred heart I confine my intention. Only look upon me, then do what your love inspires. Let your sacred heart decide. I count on you. I trust in you. I throw myself on your mercy. Lord Jesus, you will not fail me. Sacred Heart of Jesus, I trust in you. Sacred Heart of Jesus, I believe in your love for me. Sacred Heart of Jesus, your kingdom come. Sacred Heart of Jesus, I have asked you for many favors, but I earnestly implore this one. Take it, place it in your open heart. When the eternal Father looks upon it, he will see it covered with your precious blood. It will be no longer my prayer, but yours. Jesus, Sacred Heart of Jesus, I place all my trust in you. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Trustee Thomas. Could I have student trustee Dea Sokoli to please lead us in the land acknowledgement?
We would like to acknowledge that we are on sacred indigenous territory, and we thank the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation for being the stewards of this land.
Thank you, student trustee Dea. We are now going to the approval of the agenda. We do have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to very briefly comment on the national anthem from a student that learns differently, but I have to tell you the courage that each of them showed on the French Cafe night at St. Giovanni was, it's different when you see it in person. It is so heartwarming, such courage, and it was actually wonderfully done. And appreciated by all. So thank you to the board. Thank you to exec staff for having this one our very first. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Anika. And thank you for really starting this up. Okay, so we're starting with the approval of our agenda. You all receive a copy of the top sheet where there is an addition to our agenda, adding G4, retirement of principal, and renumbering of some of them. Renumbering M1 should be M11, and second M2 should be M12, and H2 presentation. So could I get a mover, please? Did I forget something?
Through the chair, approval to add the retirement letter from the principal first.
Could I have the approval to add G4 to the agenda? Could somebody move? Moved by trustee Darrell D'Souza, seconded by trustee Anisha Thomas. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. No opposed. So now for the approval of the agenda, we have, I have somebody move. I have moved the approval of the agenda. Mover for the approval of the agenda, moved by trustee Herman Veloria, seconded by trustee Paula Mato Giovanazzi. All in favor? Thank you. So we do have declaration of interest. We have declared items H2 and M1A to M. So we have the declaration of interest of H2 and M1A item N10. Do we have anybody declaring interest?
Same items, Madam Chair. I have family members of electa in 2026.
Please Stefano Pascucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same items as well. I have a family member who is part of WECTA.
Okay, thank you. Could I have somebody move to the declared interest item H2 to L and M1A to M9? Could I have somebody move? Moved by trustee Sean Xavier, seconded by trustee Bria Corbett. All in favor? All right, thank you. Next item is the approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of May 23, 2023. Have somebody move? Moved by trustee Stefano Pascucci, seconded by trustee Anisha Thomas. All in favor? Carried, thank you. Madam Director.
Through the chair, and good evening. We're now at pastor's remarks, and this evening I'm pleased to present a video presentation by Monsignor Shields, and the topic this evening is the Sacred Heart of Jesus.
Heart of Jesus, meek and mild, hear, oh, hear thy feeble child, when the tempest most severe. Heart of Jesus, hear.
In our church calendar, on June the 16th, we celebrate the Feast of the Sacred Heart of Jesus. The month of June is dedicated to the Sacred Heart. As St. Teresa of Calcutta once said, the heart of Jesus is an open heart. Spend your time there. What have we to learn? To be meek and humble? If we are meek and humble, we will learn to pray. And if we learn to pray, we will belong to Jesus. If we belong to Jesus, we will learn to believe. And if we believe, we will learn to love. And if we love, we will learn to serve. What wonderful words that she leaves us with for our daily lives. And from the Gospel of Matthew, the beautiful words, come to me, all you that are weary and carrying heavy burdens, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble of heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. I often use these words from Scripture when a family is mourning the loss of a loved one. Yet at the same time, we can listen to these comforting words in all the areas of our daily lives, knowing that God walks beside us in those moments of entanglement and questions that we have about life. It is heartwarming to know that God lingers in the shadows of our everyday moments. As trustees, you have the wonderful gift of faith in giving your time and various talents to our school staff, students, and parents. Your time and talents is indeed a gift to the church and to our school communities. Your presence here this evening shows that your heart is in the growing love of Catholic education. I pray that God strengthens you with his love and his heart of gratitude. And so I leave you with this little prayer, a beautiful prayer, and I'll try to say it slowly. Oh God, what will you do to conquer the fearful hardness of our hearts? Lord, you must give us new hearts to replace hearts that are made of marble and bronze. You must give us your own heart, Jesus. Come, lovable heart of Jesus. Place your heart deep in the center of our hearts and enkindle in each heart a flame of love as strong, as great, as the sum of all the reasons that I have for loving you, my God. O Holy Heart of Jesus, dwell in my heart today, so that I may live only in you and for you, so that in the end, I may love you eternally in heaven. Amen.
Heart of Jesus, hear. Sweet people, rest on thy sacred heart. Never from thee, oh, let us part. Hear then thy loving children's prayer. O heart of Jesus, hear. O heart of Jesus, hear.
Thank you. Madam Director, again, kindly send our gratitude to Monsignor Shields and thank him for all his kind words and prayers for all of us. Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Director.
Through the chair, we're moving to section C, and this is awards and presentations. And our first presentation this evening is to an individual who is no stranger to the Board of Trustees, our General Manager of Physical Plant Operations, Richard Mariah. Richard was recently honored by the National Ethnic Press and Media Council of Canada for distinguished and outstanding service in promoting education, multiculturalism, and social justice. We are proud of Richard and his achievement and are pleased to recognize him this evening. I would ask that Richard please come forward so that the chair of our board could present him with a certificate and take photos with our Board of Trustees. Congratulations, Richard.
Madam Director.
Through the chair, I'm pleased to welcome our next recipient, Aisha Biabani, a grade 12 student at St. Joseph Catholic Secondary School, who won first place in the annual Dominican Friars Youth Interfaith Video Contest. The contest was open to students across Ontario from grades 9 to 12. This year's theme was creating a pathway to the future and how to build and cultivate solidarity in multi-religious and multicultural societies. Aisha received a monetary award in a special ceremony on June 3rd. I would ask Aisha to please come forward so that the Board of Trustees can present you with a certificate and take photos. Would the Board of Trustees come forward to take a picture with Aisha?
Who's-
Sit down. Madam Director.
Through the chair, it now gives me great pleasure to highlight two Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board graduates who earlier this year received the prestigious Lincoln M. Alexander Award. The Lincoln Alexander Award is given annually to students and community leaders who have demonstrated exemplary leadership in working to fight racism and discrimination and promote equity and inclusion in their communities. Kaya Busby and Hiri Dugasi are being recognized individually for their achievements as president and vice president of the Black Futures Lab Student Club at Our Lady of Mount Carmel in Mississauga. Kaya founded the Black Futures Lab to inspire, mentor, and empower Black students and create a space for them to have meaningful discussions about anti-Black racism and discrimination. Hiri organized student-led discussions and activities and moderated discussions with notable Black Canadians. We are recognizing their accomplishment tonight on behalf of the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board. Regrettably, Hiri is not able to join us tonight, but Kaya is, and we would ask her to come forward and for the trustees to come take a picture. Through the chair, we're now moving to section D, which is delegations. At this time, I would ask Josephine Lutke to come up. Her delegation is from the Campaign Life Coalition.
Welcome, Ms. Litke. Just before you start, I just want to go over the guidelines again, so everyone is aware of what they're doing. So, and thank you again for delegating. I will review a few points related to the rules and process related to delegations. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. This will be timed. I think it's that time over there. We will signal you when there is 1 minute remaining. If you intend to use or begin to use the name, title, position of a staff member or members, or any personal or other information with respect to a member of the board or committee, or a pupil, or his or her parent or guardian, I will rule that you must address the committee or board of trustees in an in-camera session. Delegates can be critical of board decisions or make submissions with respect to a recommendation or decision. However, delegates should refrain from negative, critical, or derogatory comments about any identifiable person. Once you have completed your presentation, trustees will be given an opportunity to ask you questions of clarification related to your presentation. Once questions of clarification from trustees are completed, your role in the delegation will be concluded, and you will be asked to leave the podium and take your seat in the gallery. At that point, trustees may debate the issue or may ask questions of staff. It is important to be aware that no decision will be made on the issue at this meeting. If there are no questions, please proceed with your delegation. No questions? Thank you. Okay, so Cindy, timer? Yes, go ahead.
The trustees, staff, and other Dufferin Peel community members here today, thank you for this opportunity to address you. My name is Josie Lutke. I'm a Catholic school supporter in Mississauga, a parishioner at St. John of the Cross, the Director of Education and Advocacy for the pro-life and pro-family organization Campaign Life Coalition. I'm grateful that schools and the board don't have to fly the gay pride flag. Nonetheless, I'm here to ask that the board, A, cease to fly the gay pride flag outside its Catholic Education Center, and B, prohibit any celebration of pride, including use of the rainbow flag and other materials, within schools and on social media. Be exceptionally clear. I fully believe in the inclusion of those who experience same-sex attraction and/or gender dysphoria. I'm opposed to unjust discrimination. Claims that Pride is merely about promoting inclusion, however, are false. Pride Month promotes an ideology incompatible with the teachings of the Church and a Christian anthropology of the human person. Allow me to quote Wikipedia. Quote, modern day Pride Month both honors the movement for LGBT rights and celebrates LGBT culture. Unquote. Webpage on LGBT rights lists, amongst other things, same-sex marriage, adoption by LGBT people, and laws concerning access to gender-affirming surgery and hormone replacement therapy, all of which are practices the Catholic Church opposes. Page on LGBT culture mentions drag kings and queens, pride parades, and the rainbow flag. I want to talk specifically about the history of the flag. Because it has come to grace every single available surface, from go buses to hockey jerseys, people may forget that its most central use is in pride parades and drag shows, where sex acts are simulated, nudity and sexual paraphernalia abound, and hedonism is on full display. This common usage of the flag is not accidental. The original flag was created for the 1978 San Francisco Gay Freedom Day Parade and was popularized by subsequent pride parades. The original flag, literally LSD inspired, had 8 colors, including hot pink for sex. It was designed by activist Gilbert Baker at the behest of openly gay San Francisco politician Harvey Milk, who preyed on younger males, including a 16-year-old boy. Baker was also gay and would adopt the drag queen persona Busty Ross. He was a member of the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, the same anti-Catholic drag group that the LA Dodgers have been in hot water for honoring. These sisters are men who dress up as nuns and intentionally and mockingly use religious imagery in offensive and obscene ways. Gilbert Baker wrote in his memoir that the American and French Revolution flags both, quote, owed their beginnings to a riot, rebellion, or revolution, unquote. He goes on to say, quote, I thought a gay nation should have a flag too, to proclaim its own idea of power. As a community, both local and international, gay people were in the midst of an upheaval, a battle for equal rights, a shift in status where we were now demanding power, taking it. This was our new revolution, a tribal, individualistic, and collective vision, unquote. I reiterate, the flag is not about inclusion. It never was. Progress Pride flag, a variant quickly gaining traction, was developed by Daniel Kesar. He self-described, quote, queer non-binary celestial object having a human experience, unquote. He has tweeted, quote, last I checked, we were in late stage Christianity. Ironically, also while we're in late stage capitalism, unquote. His Twitter biography announces, quote, leave me alone and let me go to hell by my own route. Progress Pride flag combines the classic pride flag with the colors of the trans pride flag created by Monica Helms and black and brown from Philadelphia's More Color, More Pride flag, which was introduced by Amber Hikes. Monica Helms, who is really Robert Hogg, admits to having stolen women's undergarments, possessed a fetishism for cross-dressing, and left his wife and sons to indulge his transgender and sexual fantasies. Reported pastimes are disturbing and extensive. Amber Hikes, coincidentally or not, also advocates for abortion and has tweeted, quote, the future is queer, trans, and non-binary AF. Is the pride flag really something that should be flying outside any institution, let alone ones that profess themselves to be Catholic? Well, Jesus told the adulteress, go and sin no more. The flag instead says, go and sin some more. It is causing great scandal. Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board should not be celebrating Pride Month. Some of you might consider the board's current position on flags the lesser of evils. You might be worried about backlash. I acknowledge that.
Thank you, Ms.
It's
Lutke.
your obligation as Catholics to end any and all support of Pride.
Thank
Say
you.
no to promoting sin. Thank you in advance
Thank
for your
you.
prayerful consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions of clarifications? Student trustee Leroy?
The last board meeting, I already made my position on people who come to the board and delegate. Thank you. And my question to you is that you've brought up
Questions
Very-
of clarification only? Question of clarification based on the presentation.
I was just about that.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
My question to you is that I'm in school and we learn about something called selection bias. What you've done is selected people, selected very specific experiences to then extrapolate that on the entire community, specifically students in our community who identify as LGBTQ+. Why is it that you're taking these very specific examples to then lay judgment on students who may not even agree with those specific claims? Why is that?
I think that's a great question. Thank you for asking it. So to be clear, I'm not here judging anyone. Absolutely not. I'm not in a position to do that. I'm also not here just to say that these individuals represent the entire community of people who experience same-sex attraction or experience gender dysphoria. The reason why I highlighted these individuals is because they're the creators of the Pride flag. So they're not random members of the LGBTQ community. Again, these were the people who created the flag. And I think it's very relevant if we're having this debate about whether or not the flag represents inclusion or whether it represents an ideology, to look at the people who created the flag and why they created it and to ask, is this representative of our Catholic faith? And is it truly representative of the community of people who experience same-sex attraction and gender dysphoria? So as you pointed out, there are people who experience same-sex attraction and gender dysphoria who would say, actually, the flag does not represent me. And these individuals are living lifestyles that I find very, wrong and again, opposed to my Catholic faith. And I don't want the flag and anything it stands for to be seen as representative of me and to be flying outside of my school. So again, I'm not picking random individuals. I'm not saying they're representative of the community. I'm saying that they're representative of what the flag was created for. And that's why I'm highlighting their stories.
Did you get your question clarified? Thank you. Are there any questions of clarification? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Lucky, for your delegation. Are there any questions? Are there any questions to the staff? Steve Bria Corbett?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I do have some comments first, and I will follow up with a question afterwards for staff. So I thank my colleagues in advance for their indulgence. In Canada, June is recognized as Pride Month. Rights of our 2S LGBTQIA+ students, parents, and staff are human rights. The Ontario Human Rights Code recognizes protected grounds against discrimination, including sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Pope Francis calls us to overcome all forms of intolerance and the instrumentalization of the human person. This includes homophobia and transphobia, and as such, harm is non-negotiable. Psalm 139:14 says, "I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made." We are all created in the image and likeness of God. We must protect and uplift the dignity of all. And now, more than ever, we have a responsibility to ensure that our schools are safe, inclusive, and welcoming for everyone. Articulated in our board's Catholic Board Improvement Learning Cycle goals, believe deepening the understanding of how social justice actions are guided by Catholic social teachings and faith development for all learners. Excel, eliminating disproportionalities and disparities in achievement, programming, and discipline by dismantling the impacts of homophobia, transphobia, and other oppressions. Respect, increasing a sense of belonging among students and staff impacted by oppression and injustice by uplifting the voices of all. Thrive, increasing student engagement, academic, social, and intellectual, and well-being for all learner groups. Trust, promoting practices that value the sacredness of creation. Rainbow flag flies at our CEC in June. It demonstrates our commitment as a board to be allies for all persons in the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. We stand up against bullying, intolerance, and hate. When we say everyone belongs in our schools, that does not mean only some. Through the Sacred Heart of Jesus, the 2S LGBTQIA+ students, parents, and staff are welcomed, respected, heard, valued, and loved here, today, and every day. My question through the chair: can staff please bring the procedural bylaw to the August board meeting with a suggested draft revision to Article 7, delegations and submissions, that incorporates the requirements for delegations to adhere to policy 9.01, Catholic Code of Conduct, and any other related policies when delegating. Currently, it's not explicitly stated in the existing article. The Catholic Code of Conduct makes specific reference to the board's provision and sustainability of a safe, caring, inclusive, accessible environment through upholding the Human Rights Code and Ministry of Education related policies, among other responsibilities. Of particular note is the following statement contained in the document, Ontario's Equity and Inclusive Education Strategy 2009, referenced in the Catholic Code of Conduct policy. And I quote, "Racism, religious intolerance, homophobia, and gender-based violence are still evident in our communities and unfortunately in our schools. In 2007, the Ontario Conference of Catholic Bishops noted that suicide rates among homosexual students are higher than among their heterosexual peers and called for positive action, reinforcing its earlier statement that the right of each student to be free of harassment, violence, or malice in speech or action is unequivocal, and schools carry the clear obligation to provide a positive school environment for all students and staff." And that was the Ontario Conference of Catholic Bishops, 2004, page 10. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Director.
Through the chair, we'll bring the policy forward.
Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Director.
Through the chair, we're now on section E, which is the updates and information reports from trustees for receipt. 1A is the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association report.
Trustee John Xavier, have a report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reference to our Oxter report, we had our annual, not our annual general meeting, we just had our board meeting last Tuesday, on Friday, and everything went well. It was just talking in reference to AGM, and that it was a great success. Primarily. Thank you.
Any questions? Trustee Mario Pascuti.
Madam Chair, through to the director. Director, there was some information, sorry, there was some information that was required or requested from the trustees, the trustee boards for OECTA. It's about a month and a half ago, I think, Sean. We were looking at that information. Do we have that information at all? Or ask us do some canvassing or something like this? Or-
To
Search
the
for some
chair from
information.
OECTA.
Not OECTA, sorry, OXTA.
Um,
He sent out a requirement that said it had to be back by the end of month, May or something like this.
It was actually in regards to the bill, I believe, the
Bill
new bill.
98, yes, Bill 98.
Yeah, through the
was-
chair was around input in relation to Bill 98, and that was submitted and incorporated into their submission to the
Okay,
ministry.
excellent. Thank
Thank you. Next item of business, Madam Director.
Through the chair, 1B is student voice report.
Student voice report. Ed?
Good evening, trustees, staff, and public attendees. My name is Leroy Noha, the student trustee for the North of the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board.
My name is Dea Sequoia, the student trustee for the South. We are happy to be presenting our final voice report for our terms tonight.
Final in-person student senate meeting of the year was held on May 29th. At the meeting, we took the opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to the student senators for their tireless efforts in representing the students of their respective schools. We acknowledge their commitment, dedication, and passion for making positive change within our education system. We thank them for their valuable contributions and wish them success in their future endeavors. Senators also had a mini Q&A with Superintendent Lewis about concerns they had for their respective school communities and discussed next steps to resolve them.
Following the in-person meeting, an online student senate meeting was held on June 7th. In this session, Superintendent Max Vaccarino presented data collected through the student census, shedding lights on various aspects of the DPCDSB student body, both our pedagogical needs and equity priorities. The presentation was enlightening and provided a foundation for future discussions and decision-making with the student senate.
We enter the final stretch of the academic year. It is important to acknowledge that many students are facing challenges of an exam season. We understand the pressure and hard work that goes into preparing for exams, and we want to extend our best wishes, support to all students as they strive to achieve their academic goals. May your dedication, perseverance, and preparation bear fruit. May you find success in your endeavors.
Furthermore, we'd like to extend a heartfelt congratulations to all the graduates of class of 2027, the change makers of the future. With all the knowledge, skills, and experience gained through our Catholic education, you've been equipped with the tools necessary to navigate the challenges of the world and truly make a difference. Time in school has nurtured our intellect, character, faith, and has prepared us to become compassionate and ethical leaders in society.
Before we leave, seeing as this is our final board meeting, Day and I would like to each give a quick reflection on our experience.
Okay, so I will start by saying that one of the happiest moments of my life was getting a call after I had been sitting in an online meeting and I received the messaging that I would become the new student trustee. I don't think I can explain how much that this role has impacted me and changed my life trajectory. Seeing how much difference you can make within a small role or stepping up has really shaped me and who I would like to become in the future. Maybe I'll return, we don't know. But genuinely, it's been one of the best experiences I've ever been given. And I've been so grateful to meet many of the wonderful people meeting at this meeting right now and been able to experience so many wonderful opportunities. And I'm forever going to be able to remember these and be extremely thankful that I was ever able to be a part of this wonderful community.
So I did actually write something down, but I didn't finish it just because it was tough to write it. But I'll start off with what I wrote and then I'll go on to something more personal. So 2 years ago, I was thrust into the role of student trustee. I can wholeheartedly say this was one of the most fulfilling experiences in my life. While I was writing this testimonial, I tried to recall the major and significant moments in my time here. And I don't think I've done a particularly good job at it, but I continually think about grade 10 Leroy and where I am now. Me and Dave, we've had our fair share of struggles. We've butted heads. We've had sleepless nights. But what made these 2 years truly transformational for me was the people. I owe all my personal and intellectual development to the people that I met and worked with. Aya was the first. I'm truly proud to call her a friend. She has been the most empathetic, dedicated person I could have ever asked to work with. My fellow student trustees around the province, people I've worked with at Osta ACA. And I'll name drop a few: Aisha, Katie, Stephanie, Antog. These are all people that have had a profound effect on me. And I don't think that I could have done my job as student trustee without Dea, without you as trustees, without staff at the board. I think tonight has been hard. Past few days have been hard. But these 2 years have been exceptional. I'm gonna think about it for the rest of my life. And like I said, education has a really soft spot in my heart now. So proud to have worked with people who care so much about education in Ontario. I'm proud to have been selected by the 75,000 students at the board to be in this position. I've done so much, and I'm proud of my accomplishments. I'm proud of me and Dave's accomplishments. And I'm excited for the future. I'm excited for the next steps. I've been a Dufferin Peel's Catholic student for a long time, not just a trustee, but a student here. And I truly believe in the good that this board has done for me, for my family, for the students across the board. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much for allowing me to sit here and represent these students and be a student advocate. It's been an honor. Thank you so much.
That being said,
Madam Chair, may I ask that the items be read into the minutes?
Thank you. We will. We will. We would like to thank you for all the time you had with us. You've done a great job. You've represented the student body. I know I've seen you in some of the conferences and you did a great job. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing the voice to our board and being our voice as well to your students. Are there any comments, any additions? Did I summarize it all? Thank you so much. Okay. Before we start all crying, next order of business, Madam Director.
Through the chair, E1C is good news items.
Okay, do we have any good news items to share? Trustee Bruno Anika?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Normally, good news items comes from items that happen within the school. And I think that each and every one of us could have good news about everything that most of our schools do just in everyday life. Recently, I experienced at least 6 of 10 virtues by one person. Now, as you know, Mississauga East has been without a shepherd for a while, and Susan Steer was appointed to till the end of May. Unfortunately, she couldn't finish June, but you know, she came in for Corinne and did a fantastic job. Last week, myself, yourself, and Trustee Thomas attended Family of Schools meeting, and sometimes you often wonder about other superintendents. I mean, I work with every superintendent. I don't know them as well as I do the ones that I work with every day, ones I have the interaction with every day. You know, the ones that give me good news or give me bad news on a daily basis, but there are some that I know in passing. I know who they are, but I don't really know the makeup. You know, it's kind of hard to explain. But last week, one of the virtues was kindness and acceptance amongst at least 6 that I witnessed. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Superintendent Siciliano for everything that he did for the Mississauga East family of schools. I will tell you, Adrian accepted, whether he was voluntold or asked. People were extremely pleased that they were invited to a year-end celebration with another family of schools. And as trustees, we got the invitation, and we were fortunate. And I said last week, ironically, last week, I saw Adrian more than I saw my wife. And people thought it was funny, but it was the actual truth. So I would like to say thank you to him for that act of kindness that was truly recognized by the Mississauga East administrators and how much they appreciated it. And in the second half, Superintendent Goss came in and took the administrators into a different room. The venue was just different. And so I would like to thank both superintendents for what they did, how they did it, and that acceptance and kindness and caring of people that had experienced some challenge without a superintendent. And it goes a long, long way when you experience that amongst everything else that they've experienced. And it has had a positive impact. Some of the comments, people were very pleased. They would have liked for Corinne to have been there, but it is what it is, unfortunately. But again, the acts of caring do go a long way. So on behalf of the Mississauga East family of schools, I'd like to thank both superintendents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Anika. Trustee Bria Corbett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. On June 1st, I have the pleasure of joining Our Lady of Mount Carmel Catholic Secondary School with the health science classes to visit AstraZeneca Canada. Our healthcare students shared their leadership skills in CPR, AED, and recovery, and they trained hundreds, I'm telling you, hundreds of AstraZeneca employees that day at their annual sustainability day. It was amazing. Through this community-based initiative with the award-winning national charitable organization, the ACT Foundation, Advanced Coronary Treatment, more than 2,800 teachers in Ontario have been trained as CPR instructors for their students in 780 Ontario high schools, and 2.9 million youth have been trained to date. It was a fantastic day. I also want to recognize our Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board educator, Miss Taylor Farquharson. She's retiring this year, unfortunately, but she has been instrumental in helping to organize the corporate mass CPR trainings where our students empower others to save lives and contribute to the health of our communities. So thank you for your dedication to our students, helping to foster not only excellence in Catholic education, but also mentoring awesome citizens for the common good. Congratulations to St. Teresa of Avila Catholic Elementary School and Divine Mercy Catholic Elementary School for achieving gold status with Eco Schools Canada. And lastly, congratulations to St. Aloysius Gonzaga Catholic Secondary School. The Special Olympics floor hockey team won bronze medal at the provincials, and the junior girls soccer team earned gold at ROPSA. So congratulations, Bulldogs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other good news items to share? No. I would like to pass on the chair to Trustee Thomas. Thank you. I'd like to share. I missed this last month, but I thought I'll catch up tonight. On May 17 and 18, I had the pleasure of attending the CEO Academy Leaders Summit in Toronto. This year, C21 Canada hosted the event. C21 Canada is a national not-for-profit organization that advocates for 21st century models of learning and education. The goal of C21 Canada is to witness an accelerated pace of 21st century competencies, instructional practices, and digital resources and services being integrated into Canada's learning systems. This year's theme was entitled Beyond COVID-19, Accelerating the Changes That Matter for K-12 Learners in Canada. The purpose was to connect, reflect, and continue national conversations on public education and technology. The summit was hosted in partnership with Toronto Metropolitan University, the Ted Rogers Schools of Management, and Microsoft Education Canada, and coincided with the prestigious Canadian Innovation Week, celebrating innovation that sparks inspiration and fosters the growth of the next generation of innovators. I am very proud, or I was so proud that day, there was a couple of days, the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board were invited to present. This joint presentation highlighted learning opportunities which exemplify the collective goals of providing dignity and hope to all learners through current, responsive, and culturally relevant pedagogy, focusing on STEM-based initiatives such as the knowledge and epistemologies of Indigenous peoples and the robotics continuum. Members of program and learning services, special education and learning services, and equitable and inclusive education shared how they have built capacity to support all learners. And I have to share with you that we receive a very high recognition from all of the attendees of that conference. It's a very well prepared and basically showed our program, how well it's been running. Thank you.
That's it. Anybody else having any good news?
None?
Pass to you.
Okay. Back. Thank you, Madam Director. So item F1. I could just, we are in the updates, information reports from committees for receipt.
Through the chair, minutes of the Administration and Finance Committee meeting of May 2nd, 2023.
So it's on page 35 of your board package. Are there any questions of clarifications? Seeing none, moving on to the next item.
Through the chair, minutes of the Faith and Program Committee meeting of May 9th, 2023.
It's on page 46 of your package. Are there any questions, clarification for that minutes? Next item, Madam Director.
Through the chair, minutes of the Special Education Advisory Committee meeting of May 17, 2023.
It's on page 51 of your package. Are there any questions or clarification? Nope, seeing none. Item number 4.
Minutes of the Mississauga Traffic Safety Council of April 27, 2023.
Is on page 58 of your package. I think this is the first time we have received this package. So are there any questions, clarification? No, seeing none. Next item.
The
Madam Chair.
minutes of the Central Committee for Catholic School Councils meeting, May 11, 2023.
So on page 69 of your package. Seeing no questions or clarification, thank you.
Through the
Moving on.
chair, excuse me, through the chair, we're moving to section G, and G1 is the retirement of Superintendent Martine Lewis, and I'd like to pay tribute to Superintendent Lewis. Before trustees is the letter of retirement from Martine Lewis, the Superintendent of Mississauga North Family of Schools. Martine has worked in education for over 30 years and spent most of that time in Ontario in a variety of leadership positions, including superintendent, principal, and vice principal. She has also taught in New Zealand, Ecuador, and Japan. Martine is a graduate of Dufferin Peel. She attended St. Dominic, St. Peter, and graduated secondary school from Holy Name of Mary. In 1994, she started her career at St. Thomas Aquinas, then transferred to Iona, and finally Father Michael Gates. Martine's philosophy of education has been one of service to others, and she has garnered the respect and admiration of the communities with whom she has worked. Whether a classroom teacher or secondary administrator, Martine has worked tirelessly to improve student achievement and engagement. She has served as a vice principal at Holy Name of Mary, St. Joseph, Father Michael Gates, and St. Francis Xavier Secondary Schools. She moved at principal at St. Augustine before she was promoted as superintendent of Mississauga East in 2017. For the past 3 years, she has served as the superintendent of Mississauga North Family of Schools. She's held various leadership portfolios in her roles, such as the SO responsible for Student Senate and student trustees, supporting the student elections, mentoring the Catholic Leadership Qualification Program, and her support, wisdom, and support at the instructional services table has been invaluable. She's been steadfast in her belief that whatever the role she has been called to in Catholic education, she has always been a teacher first, with student success at the heart of all she has done to impact learning in the classroom. She has exemplified her love for learning in her roles. We thank Martine for her dedication and contribution to Dufferin Peel and wish her well as she moves on in her journey.
Okay, trustee Mary Pastucci, trustee Bria Corbett. Anybody else?
I'll move the item with great regrets to a good friend, educator. And as was being told, as the director was saying, you actually were at St. Dominic's. Chances are I spoke at your graduation then. See what happens? There you go. But what goes around comes around. You know, everything you've done with enjoyment. And, you know, it's Mariel, this is the way I think, and it's always been incredible. The swiftness in making decisions, being able to meet needs head on. I mean, you're amazing. I will miss you. God bless you.
Trustee Bria Corbett.
I move with regrets as well. Superintendent Lewis, we have been so blessed to have the gift of your leadership and dedication to Catholic education, to the families and the students entrusted to our care. Your expertise has been valued. Your guidance has been instrumental in ensuring collaboration with staff, and you've been an incredible support for me as well. So this is farewell, but I still plan to email you every day. Thank you.
There any other student trustee there, Sakali?
As student trustees the past 2 years, we've had the pleasure of working closely with the superintendent, Martine Lewis, and we are very grateful to have your guidance along the way, navigating this very difficult role. The Senate feels the same way, that we're extremely lucky to have you pop in on our Senate meetings and be able to answer all of our questions. We truly are grateful for all that you've done to support student voice, and we wish you all the best luck on your future endeavors. We will really miss you, but yes.
Anybody else? No? Trustee Thomas, could I pass it on to you? Superintendent Martin Lewis, thank you so much for all your support. I know you were a superintendent as well in Mississauga East at one point in time, and as well at Mississauga North. So you have been there, and I know you've been always, not every day like Bria, but maybe every other day. But thank you. I just want to, I know everything's been said, but we will miss you. You did work hard to make sure Mississauga North, and when you were at the East, Mississauga North really function and work together, and we get back to the parents as quickly as we can. So thank you, and we will miss you. And again, it's with regret that we're having this, your resignation, accepting your resignation or retirement. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Are you giving it back to me?
Through the chair, we're now on G2, which is supervisory officer appointments. And this report can be found on page 80 of your e-agenda. You would have heard this evening that we've received the letter of retirement from Superintendent Martine Lewis. The Ministry of Education has also recently provided for each board funding to establish a new position, which is a superintendent of learning services with a focus on being a math lead. And we recently underwent a search, and I'm pleased to share with you that effective August 14th, we will welcome into the ranks of supervisory officers Brian Diago, who is currently the principal of St. Julia Catholic Elementary School, who will assume the portfolio of the Superintendent of Learning Services Math Lead, and Laura Odo, who is currently the principal of Halton Catholic District School Board, however, not a stranger to Dufferin Peel. She spent some time teaching in our board, and she currently has been assigned to the superintendent of Mississauga North Family of Schools.
Thank you. Are
Through
there
the
any
chair, we
questions?
now move to G3, which is the retirement of Corrine McDonald, who is also a superintendent, and I'd like to pay tribute to Corrine. For trustees lies a retirement letter from Corrine McDonald, the superintendent of the Mississauga East Family of Schools. Corrine began her teaching career with Dufferin Peel in 1997 at Notre Dame Catholic Secondary School, then moved to St. Joseph Catholic Secondary School as department head. To be closer to her family, she became a vice principal and then a principal in Halton Catholic District School Board. In 2018, Corrine returned to Dufferin Peel as the superintendent of the Mississauga South Family of Schools, and in 2020 became the superintendent of the Mississauga East Family of Schools. In a short time, Corrine built a community of faith within the family of schools she served. In the visits to schools and interactions with families, it was evident that her focus was on helping students to the best of her ability. Throughout her career, Corrine has been steadfast in her belief that whatever the role she has been called to in Catholic education, she has always been a teacher first with a student success at the heart. On top of her duties as the family of school superintendent, she supported several portfolio items such as prevalent medical conditions, SEAC, suspensions and expulsions, and many more. Corrine will be missed. We wish Corrine the very best as she spends time with her family and all the things that bring her joy.
Again, it's with regrets. Could I have trustee Bruno Enica, followed by trustee Maria Pascucci, followed by trustee Stefano Pascucci. Go ahead, trustee Enica.
Madam Chair, when Superintendent McDonald came to Dufferin Peel 5 years ago and started at Mississauga South, the director at the time said, you know, we'd like to make this move. We think that it would be a good move. And I'm sure she had that conversation with all trustees. The role of superintendent and a trustee is kind of, it's kind of a hit and miss. I think we all get along with the superintendent, whether we agree with them or not. There's always dignity, there's always respect. But then there's the one that you just click with. And I had that I've had that privilege a couple of times now. But when the news came that Corinne was going to move away from Mississauga South, I was holding my breath to see where she was going and had a great sigh of relief when I knew that she was going to Mississauga East, which just so happens to be the other half of the schools that I have. I will miss Corinne deeply. I will miss her. It was one of those click relationships that you kind of just started off on the right foot from the very get-go. And there were two superintendents at the time that came from Halton. And I could have had either of them. I'm not going to say that I was lucky and got Corinne because I could have, you know, but the relationship just took off. It just was one of those. And you know, some people refer to it, it's like your work wife, you know, like your work husband, your work wife, but not to that degree because there wasn't interaction every day. But I can tell you, since she's been away, the flock have extremely missed her, as has the trustees, and I won't speak for my colleagues. Um, just a wonderful person, caring person about kids, as all of our superintendents are. That's not to say that, everybody cares and everybody wants to do the right thing. For me, the relationships that I've had with some of my superintendents have been second to none. And for that, I have to thank the director and the associate director of instruction, because I think a lot of thought goes into the pairing up of trustees with superintendents. I wish Corinne nothing but the greatest of health, joy, happiness, and a long, long, long retirement. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Mary Pascucci.
Copy everything Bruno said is accurate because the fact is that she was amazing. And I do miss her immensely. A very dedicated individual with basically, it says, I see it this way. I mean, the fact of the matter is we can work together. And it's a tough job, and her response time and what was expected, the expectations of a superintendent was there. And again, I remember she says, well, what about moving these principals or whatever, et cetera. And I says, I'll take a chance with you. She says, you got to trust me. I says, fair enough, et cetera. And she knew the community. So thank you to Corinne. Appreciate it. We'll miss her.
Thank you. Trustee Stefano Pascucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hate going third because they've said everything already. So thank you very much for saying what I wanted to say. Be a lot quicker. I do remember the late phone calls, similar to, I guess, what Trustee Bria Corbett was having with Superintendent. Sorry, I just lost my thought there. Lewis, thank you. How did I do that? She will be missed. She has been missed. And just thank the board for giving us Corinne for a bit. And I just want to thank her if she is listening online. Thank you very much for everything you've done. I hope you also have a very wonderful and long and happy retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I just want to pass this on to Vice Chair Thomas. I also would like to say it's with regret that Corinne is retiring. She's been very helpful to me and started with the South when she first came to us as a superintendent, and then she got moved to the East. So she's got a little bit of my school after that. But I just want to wish her all the best and happy retirement to her. Hopefully we'll see her again sometime. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, G4 is
Don't need to vote. Part of the receipt. Okay.
Through the chair, G4 is the retirement letter for John Kennedy, and I'd like to pay tribute to John. Before trustees is the retirement letter from John Kennedy, the principal of St. John the 23rd Elementary School. John started his career in Dufferin Peel in 1989, and over his 34 years with Dufferin Peel has served in the capacity as teacher, vice principal, and principal. He taught at Holy Family, Canadian Martyrs, St. Peter's and Paul, and St. Mark's Elementary Schools. In 2018, John responded to the call as vice principal at St. Christopher Catholic Elementary School, St. Raymond, and St. Luke, and in 2020, he was promoted to principal at St. John the 23rd. John's care and compassion for the students and families whom he served will be his legacy in Catholic education. We wish him well in his retirement.
Yeah, I accept with regrets. Madam Director, there's no move. I just accept with regrets. And if I could just say a few words, I was really disappointed to see this today. I was not expecting it either. But reading John's letter, I understand that he has to put himself and his family first. So I want to wish him all the best, but I want to say it's been great working with John. I had him as a vice principal at St. Raymond, full-time, I think, vice principal at St. Raymond. and then moved to St. John 23rd, is he really works so hard with the family of St. John 23rd. We've had some issues, and he was there really working with the families during COVID. I think this is where we really ended up calling each other and making sure that our families are looked after during the COVID. So I want to wish him well in his retirement. Disappointed, but I want to wish him well for a long retirement and a happy retirement. Thank you.
Any-
Madam, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else? Nobody else? No, you,
Yes.
back to you.
Yes, thank you.
Through the chair, we're now moving to section 8, which is the trustee committee administration reports requiring action. On page 83 of your e-agenda is the motion recommended by the Administration and Finance Committee of June 6, 2023.
So the motion states that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed balanced 2023-2024 total capital budget of 68.6 million. Could I have a mover, please? Moved by trustee Daryl D'Souza, seconded by trustee Bruno Anika. All in favor? Thank you.
Through the chair, H2 is a declared interest item and has moved down to L. So we're now at section K, which is questions asked of and by trustees.
Okay, questions asked of by trustees. I will make a list. Trustee Bruno Anika. Anybody else? Trustee Mario Pascucci. Oh, okay, go ahead. Trustee Bruno Anika, where'd you start?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The questions come from parents at SEAC of last week's meeting. Is it possible to have parents assist their child while they are in school to ensure that they have the help and assistance that they need?
Good evening, and through you, Chair Del Rosario. Thank you for the question, Trustee Anika. Typically, we would not support parents working in their child's class due to privacy reasons on a consistent basis. However, I am concerned with the backstory with respect to the amount of supports that are perceived to be providing to this child. So perhaps we can have a conversation offline about that.
Okay. With regards to PLAS, parents of special needs have advised that they must go on a waiting list, but a child that does not have special needs can be allocated right away. Is this the case?
Through the
Or
chair,
throughout, excuse me, Madam Chair, my apologies, at any PLAS location?
through the chair, I'd like to do some digging if you don't mind. So again, if we can have some offline conversation about this specific case, and I'll have to extrapolate that to see if it is happening in other programs.
Thank you. And last, Madam Chair, parents with special needs that have another child attending the same school have to rush home to meet the special needs bus and may not make the arrival of the bus. They have to pick up the other child from school. Ableism was the word used by the parent. The parent did go to Stop R and complete the appeals document required, but it was turned down. This conversation, I know you and I have had it, Madam Chair. Superintendent Matthew Thomas has been instrumental in helping me answer this question numerous times. But a different word was now used with this. And so this is a question, not from one parent, but number of parents.
Through the chair, I can try and provide some context in terms of what Trustee Anika is raising, and you're correct. The question has come up on numerous occasions, and the response is based on current Stop R operating procedure with respect to siblings who have other siblings who are eligible for busing, but who themselves may not qualify to be eligible for busing. It's a very difficult challenge. I mean, I think we all appreciate and understand that, and certainly the intent is not to make life any more difficult than necessary. However, there are challenges with respect to providing courtesy seating for those siblings on our special needs vehicles, as we have presented to the trustees in the past. That said, with respect to this particular case, if trustee Ianika can provide some additional context with respect to whether there may be any additional documentation that could support the family's request, I'd be happy to consider it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff.
Could I just add something to that, Tia Nika? 'Cause I had a further discussion with the parents. I think the problems that the parents were having.
Through the chair, you need to turn the chair over.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I turned over. the chair.
All right.
I just want to add the context to that too. We had a presentation before with the students who are both in secondary school. Problems we're having, these parents are having, they have like a grade 2 and a grade 4 maybe student. So really they're very young compared to an older child. So for them, what happened is they have somebody being driven through the special education or special needs bus. Then you have another bus coming at a different time at a different stop. So the problems the parents were having is to get to one point to the other. They had to hire somebody, they had to find somebody to look after the other child, to be able to pick up the other child from the other corner. So this is where they were coming from that SEAC meeting. And I know you don't have an answer for us. And I did share as well for the appeal what other documents they need to submit. But I think we have to think differently in a way that this is a situation for a family where you have young kids and 2 young kids. You cannot just leave at the corner of a stop. Is there a possibility of thinking out of the box by saying, what can we do? I know transportation is always an issue. I know funding is always an issue. Is there a possibility for younger students to be able to have a different guideline that Stop Park can look at? I'm just trying to throw that out there. Think outside of the box to help the parents because they are really in a bind. If they're working, they needed another person and hire another person just to pick up their kids from both corners of the stop they have. Just want to share that perspective. I'm not asking for an answer now. I'm looking for you to look outside of the box and have a guideline to that effect. That, sort that. Anyway, thank you. Mario and then Stephanie.
Mario.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Madam Chairman. Question I have to ask through staff regarding St. Sophia. We haven't heard much about that recently. And question I have to ask is in terms of current status of the school, the situation is regarding how the cap is working out. How many students have come in over the period of whatever you want to decide, I guess from day one, how many have left? Some of these questions, this board does not receive some of the information. I think it's going to come back in September. Getting 1 or 2 calls regarding the capping, causing issues, et cetera. But that being said, I think it's best to maybe take another look at it. So would it be possible for staff to submit something through issues and events to give us an update of what's happening or whatever way they wanted to address it? Your staff.
Yes, through the chair, we can provide an update.
Please.
But again, we have the cap in place and we've hit the cap, but we'll provide some more details in upcoming issues and events.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a call today regarding next September, so this is going to come back. Just bear with me, please. 1 second. I think that's it. That's it. Thank you very much.
Any more questions? Yeah.
Thank you, and through the chair. And I don't expect an answer this evening, but I wanted to follow up on the grade 9 Get Ready program. So if staff could please follow up on what improvements have been made or can be made or will be made to the upcoming Get Ready program for our grade 8 students that are entering grade 9 in September. and I know staff would be aware, I've raised the feedback from parents and families and students on an annual basis. It seems that that have expressed that this 3-day program is not an effective use of their time, and it's not achieving the goals that they would like for their students. So many, in fact, do not attend all days. I would say a large percentage, the majority would attend on the first day, and then it kind of trickles off. But I do still feel there's value in offering a survey to parents and students after the Get Ready program. I believe it would be informative on how we could improve the experience for students. And I don't know if that's feasible, but I just wanted to throw that out there if that's possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, we'll put something in issues and events.
Thank you, through Mr. Chairman. Apologies for not giving the questions to staff beforehand. When we have schools that have a daycare in there all summer, is the rest of the school being used as well, or is it just the daycare portion of the school?
Through the chair, not necessarily.
Through the chair, it would depend on the school.
Okay.
Typically, our elementary schools aren't utilized in the summer other than for our childcare program.
Okay, thank you. More of a request than a question. Seeing how all school council meetings have happened for the year, for the school year, can we please ensure that all schools have their minutes posted? There's a number of schools that I've checked just in the past couple of days that are missing quite a bit from like January 2023.
Through the chair, we'll follow up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nadia.
Mr. Chairman, actually, just to pick up on that point that Trustee Pascucci offered, there's been an issue over the last year, and I understand we're still growing within the new situation that we're in. But the question is, sometimes we get notification as trustees, there's a school council meeting tomorrow night, can you attend it? And this is ridiculous. I mean, I find it very difficult to understand that a school will not know at least 2-3 weeks out when their school council meetings are going to be. I mean, that is totally unacceptable. It goes back to the point that, in fact, we are trustees. We do have a very busy schedule. It is up to us to decide if we can or cannot make it. The fact is that some people turn around and say, okay, person A, you do it, and they let it go and they don't follow through. It's totally unacceptable. Full stop. Because, we try to schedule ourselves. We're going out of our way. It's becoming to a point now, it's just difficult to handle it. And when parents start saying, you haven't been around for a while, okay, this year I understand, we're still trying to grow. So that's just something I'm gonna ask. If you can do that, Madam Director, be appreciated. That would be a good August topic, I think.
Through the chair, we will. We can work through the families of schools SOs to ask all of our principals to identify their schedules for the year and make sure that gets populated into trustees' calendars for the year.
And they've done a great job. I mean, not everybody, but it's happening from time to time. I'm not going to speak for other trustees, but to piggyback on the issue that Trustee Pascucci was talking about. The second item that I remember just was St. Marcellinus. Last about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, I spoke to the idea of Marcellinus plus all other board intertwined work, if you will, Marcellinus and other places, in terms of where we're working with the City of Toronto. Can we get a snapshot, and what I asked at that time, a snapshot of how things are working out? Because the fact is that I know we've done it. I know the City of Mississauga loves it. We love it. Parents obviously they love it because it's one taxpayer, et cetera. But the fact is at the end of the day, I like to know how we're doing. And the question is, are we making money on it, losing money on it? Who's writing the permit? What are the rules and regulations? Things of that nature. So, Madam Director, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, that's.
Through the chair, we'll follow up and put something in issues and events.
Bruno? Mr. Chairman, Trustee Pascucci raised a question that kind of veered me to another question that maybe the director can explore next year. First and foremost, I'm not a big fan of graduations during the day. I think graduations are for parents. They're not solely for trustees. trustees get the joy of watching the young men and women graduate, whether it's in grade 8 or grade 12. But can staff float just what the temperature is, maybe at the central committee, on having a day of graduation at one location? And I'll use 3 of the schools of this board that I co-chair, and I'll use another one that it doesn't belong to me, but I'll use it regardless. Father Gates, St. Martin's, St. Paul, and John Cabot would have it at one location. 10, 1, 4, 6, and 8, for the sake of time, just the time. And then the following year, whoever was first is second, whoever was second is third, just change it every year, just to see if there would be what the feeling would be of parents. Again, this is not, I don't care that I have to run, I don't enjoy it, but I don't care that I have to go from one location to another location. It's just part of June that after 31 years, you would hope that you get accustomed to it. But it may be something that parents might want. And if the temperature for the parents is, yeah, I'm okay with it. If the answer is no, then so be it. But maybe that's something that could be floated at the central committee. And as trustees, we could ask our councils at secondary to see what their feeling on it would be. That's not to say that we're going to do it. It's just saying we've talked about it for a long time. If we look at some of the costs from a secondary perspective, the cost that I'm hearing is astronomical per school, per location. Now you've divided that cost into 4, which let's assume it's 10,000. You go from $10,000, 2,500, let's say even $3,200 with your own flowers or your own whatever, or you buy flowers and everybody splits it. But it's something that I think that we've talked about it for a while, maybe loading it to our central committee and come back with what the feeling is. If it's thumbs up, then okay, we'll explore it. If it's thumbs down, move on. And if somebody asks, then we can say, yeah, we've explored it. We would have saved this much, but parents didn't want it. Move on. Now, it doesn't have to be now, obviously, but maybe sometime in the fall, November. It doesn't matter to me, but just have that conversation.
Through the chair, yes, we can initiate the conversation, noting that sometimes you're booking, years in advance for these venues, but we would be prepared to have that conversation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Mazzarato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take this opportunity. On Thursday, June 15th, we celebrated Mass with Bishop Camilleri for the CSAC. We recognize our volunteers and our volunteers of the year. So I just want, on behalf of all the trustees, to thank all our volunteers. And I also want to do a special congratulations to the recipients of the 2022-2023 Volunteer of the Year Award: Anthony Skanga from Holy Name of Mary Catholic Secondary School, Mark Joseph from St. Mark Catholic Elementary School, Natalie Rodriguez Fernandez from St. Margaret of Scotland, and Taria Rossi from St. Angela Mercy Catholic Elementary School. So I just want to say congratulations to all of them. Thank you again, and hopefully they'll continue to volunteer with us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mario. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one item I want to encourage, I would like to include in that St. Sophia report would be the amount of support that we've given the community and the school specifically, not the community, but the school specifically, when it comes to extra support. I want the minister to be realized that in fact, we're taking this giant leap. It's a very costly leap, of course, everybody knows that. The fact that at the end of the day, we're there for our kids, and we're all on the same page on this one. I want to make sure that's in there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
We'll note that.
Madam Director?
Through the chair,
Yeah,
we are now on the declared interest item, which is H2, the proposed 2023-2024 operating budget. Okay, we're ready. Executive Superintendent Chair Packer.
Thank you. Through the chair, this evening, we are presenting a proposed 2023-24 operating budget. Superintendent Hester and myself will be presenting this information. Our presentation will cover a few areas, including the current dynamic that Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board is operating under a multi-year financial recovery plan. Just a reminder that some preliminary information was presented at the June Administration and Finance Committee meeting, that being the grants for student needs summary and the projected enrollment for 2023-24. The details of these previous reports are embedded within the proposed budget information this evening. As part of this presentation, we will address the deficit position and the challenges that have led to this proposed position. The recommendation this evening is to request conditional approval of the proposed operating budget, contingent on the minister's approval of the multi-year financial recovery plan. Dufferin Peel has been operating within a financial recovery plan for 3 budget approval proposals, evidence of how long we've been discussing LTD with the ministry. The next phase of the multi-year financial recovery plan will come from the ministry. However, for now, we continue on the path that allows for a deficit budget submission. The most significant cost challenge to Dufferin Peel is the long-term disability plan that is 100% employer funded. The ministry is fully aware, and we continue to be engaged with the ministry to resolve this situation. The proposed budget for 2023-24 was developed in phases. The GSN was announced in April, but even months before that, work was completed on reviewing current year financial data and year-over-year changes, projecting enrollment levels, engaging our stakeholders in public consultation, and working on forecasts. An important phase was to ensure there would be no in-year current 2022-23 deficit carried forward into 2023-24, causing a structural deficit position. Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board and the Board of Trustees can pride themselves on the fact that aside from LTD, there have been no structural deficit concerns in the past years. Many difficult decisions are made to ensure this. To accomplish this for 2023-24, a review of secondary staffing positions that was started last year was continued. This resulted in a reduction of 20 positions. These teaching positions are outside of class size requirements. In addition, there is also a proposed reduction of 2 vice principal positions and savings from efficiencies, namely energy efficiencies, reductions in heating and electricity costs attributed to the great work of our energy management team. These reductions ensure no structural deficit in the base budget. As presented at the Administration and Finance Committee earlier this month,
Establishing the projected enrollment for the next budget year is one of the most important phases of budget development. Enrollment represents a significant financial risk to any school board, given that a significant component of GSN grants are based on enrollment. This information was previously shared, but is repeated in the report tonight due to its significance. Enrollment is projected to decline by 1.3%, or 959 students based on average daily enrollment. This decline also adds to the underutilized space in our schools, which is increasing. As school operations and environments return to a new normal, our planning and operations staff will reintroduce the classroom shuttering program in 2023-24.
Good evening, and continuing through the chair. Attached to the report on page 88 are the various detailed appendices which make up the budget components presented this evening. Appendix A on page 92 was provided on June 6th, and that represents a summary of the GSN funding components. Appendix B on page 93 was also provided, and as just noted there, the impact of enrollment decline has a direct impact on the grants just shown. Shown here is Appendix C, and it's split between 2 pages. This is the combination of our revenues and our expenses, which together form our combined budget. Down the left-hand side outlines the various ministry expenditure categories that all school boards must report on. In the columns, we have the grants and other revenues, which together form our total revenues for the board. Other revenues represent non-GSN grants, such as our partnerships and priorities funds, or what we call our PPFs, other Ministry of Education and other ministry grants as well, and also revenue recoveries for items like rental recoveries for the use of our facilities. Expenses include all supports for all classroom activities, as well as all the support services that support our daily school activities. When combined, we either have on the right-hand side a surplus, meaning our revenues are greater than our expenses, or a deficit on a line, which is our expenses are greater than our revenues. Shown here, about towards the bottom of the slide there, just about halfway down, when we combine our revenues and our expenses, we are seeing a combined deficit of $55.6 million, which we'll speak a little bit more to momentarily. Appendix D on page 95 reflects all the expense categories I just outlined down the left-hand side. And across the top there are the different types of expenses. So salaries and wages, our benefits, supplies and services, our fees and contracts, et cetera. So combined, that makes up kind of just a matrix of where all the expenses are and how they're reported to the ministry. Making up our budget, almost 89% of our operating budget is salaries and benefits. This is in line with the past, and it makes sense given that we are a large service-based organization with quite a number of staff. Our budget, as always, reflects the nature of the latest negotiations and collective agreements. So in this case, there's also FTE changes, there's grid movements, compensation increases, statutory benefit increases as well, to reflect all of our forecasted changes in benefits into the next year. And finally, I'd like to note again that we are going into the 12th and final year of the benefit benchmark reduction. And this was about a 2% phase out over 12 years tied to the elimination of the retirement gratuity funding, which was part of all school boards benchmarks. Another challenge for this year and a change in the grant model was a complete overhaul of a student transportation funding model. It had been in place for a very long time, and the ministry's worked over the past few years, engaging with school boards and other stakeholders to redesign that grant. We're still waiting for a lot of details tied to the grant model. So although we have the grants and we have a calculation of what our grant will be, there are components there where we don't know if there will be all eloping provisions or if the money is able to stay with the board to pay for transportation, or if it must be flowed to our operators as a direct flow through. And then therefore that would have an impact on us because we can't actually use it to pay for the transportation expenses itself, but it has to pay for fuel, for example. So the ministry has yet to provide those details to us. But overall, when we take the new model and look at our expenses, this is an impact on our overall bottom line. Every year, we do get supplementary information from the GSN release. And no different this year, there are various priorities and partnerships funds, which outline various specific initiatives from the ministry directly. And this year, there are a number of targeted initiatives, and they are listed there on the screen. This year's focus completely around math, reading interventions, and de-streaming supports into the secondary grades with the realignment of the curriculum. So the positions listed here are supported directly by PPF funding. Presented before you here in table and in visual format are the total expenses of the board, which is about $1.019 billion. So as I just noted, you can see on the pie chart, the salaries and benefits are by far the largest component of our operating expenses. Next to that are our fees and contracts and supplies and services lines. Supplies and services represent amounts for our classroom resources and a lot of our facility operating costs, such as utilities. And the fees and contracts amounts for our maintenance work in support of our schools and keeping them in a good state of repair, software contracts, and transportation costs, for example. In terms of challenges, and this year is no different than other years in the past, we do have quite a few on our mind and that focus into the budget and have that impact into our overall projections for next year. LTD costs, as Executive Superintendent Chirabaka noted, are the most significant, heavily weighted impact on our budget. The cost for 23-24, including the cost of interest and borrowing, the impact it's having on our cash flow operations, combined will be projected to be $51.4 million next year. Now, ongoing, we are in the final stages of our long-term disability request for proposal. So we're hoping that there'll be a positive outcome from that, and perhaps that may mitigate some of the costs. And as we always do, as we move into the fall and we update our enrollments, update our revenues, our grants, and our expenses, then we would come forward and update hopefully a positive outcome from that RFP. Two more just a note there. Across the board, and we're hearing this from our colleagues and the province is aware, there are boards raising concerns, including ourselves, that CPP and EI impacts, which we have to deduct and also fund a board portion of for all of our salaries and benefits. Those costs are going up and they have been going up in the past. The ministry, as I just outlined, has not increased the benefit benchmark, which would fund CPP and EI benefit costs. In fact, they've been reducing it just solely for that benefit phase out on that retirement gratuity component. So we have and continue to raise that with the ministry, and we're hopeful that they will examine that for future funding years. And finally, as I just spoke to, the transportation model is having a negative impact currently on our budget, but we're waiting for more information from the ministry to see if we can or can't utilize certain components of that grant under that new model. And we'll look into the fall to see the impact to our overall bottom line.
Thanks, Brian. We are aware that the proposal of a $55.6 million deficit is significant. We propose this chart to help break that down so trustees can see what is really making up that figure. And as stated by Superintendent Hester, the biggest impact is LTD. So if we work our way across this chart, you'll notice the first column, which is preliminary GSN and enrollment. Dufferin Peel is a balanced board. We've been able to contain expenditure costs, deal with the decline in enrollment for next year, deal with our GSN revenues, which had some reductions, and put together a balanced budget in that regard. Then we layer on top of that the impacts that we are not able to deal with right now, and because we need additional information from the ministry, that being the transportation grant change of an impact of 2.9 million and the impact of the unfunded CPP and EI stat benefit increases amounting to 1.3 million. And of course, LTD at 51.4 million, which we are in ongoing discussions and conversation with the ministry. That makes up the proposed deficit of 55.6 million. And that is our presentation this evening, and we can take questions from trustees.
Is there any questions? Trustee Daryl D'Souza?
Through you, Madam Chair. This LTD impact of 51.4 million comprises what we are paying on behalf of our staff. Am I right in assuming that?
So through the chair, that is our projected impact for what LTD will cost us next year. And that is to support any staff that are as part of our long-term disability plan.
If we compare ourselves to other boards, is there a component which other boards are paying for LTD?
So through the chair, from some of our analysis and some discussions, we are unique, first of all, because we have a 100% funded board paid LTD plan for all groups. Other boards, there's about 22 other boards that we can see from their financial information that have some component of long-term disability in their financials. So they may pay for a certain group or a certain percentage of that plan, but not 100%, which is why we're far in excess of any other impact of other boards.
I understand that, and thank you for clarifying. But so do we know what component of the LTD benefit is owned by the boards, by the other 22 boards?
So through the chair, from shared financial information from the ministry, through shared information of our, what we call our EFIS, our finance information system. Yeah, we do have a chart that outlays exactly how much each board has as part of their financial reporting due to LTD.
So that would probably be, say, 10%, 15%, something of that sort, right?
So through the chair, off my memory, our share of the whole province is about equal to the other 22 boards combined.
No, I'm not talking of the dollar value. I'm just talking about the percentage of contribution from a board, from each of those 22 boards towards LTD for their staff. We are currently paying 100%. Other boards will probably be paying 5% or 10%.
So through the chair, it's difficult to figure out because all we have is the financial information, but we don't know which groups they may pay for or which percentage splits they may have without asking each board for that individual specific information.
Because where I'm coming from is what we are doing is we're putting 51.4 million being an estimated total payment that we are going to make or supposed to make, which comprises 100% of the benefit that we are paying as a board. That's not the right picture because I'm sure other boards are paying some percentage of it, which will probably be 5% or 10% of the insurance company's charge. Even if we take 10%, that's probably 5 million of the 51 million, which would anyway bring us over our budget if we get in line with the 22 other boards. We wouldn't be having a balanced budget if we pay, say, 10%, which I assume other boards are paying, as compared to 100%. So I'm a little confused when we say that it's just the LTD and then our CPP, which is 1.3 million, and then our transportation impact, which is 2.9 million. Hence, we are exceeding our budget by 55 million. So it would be helpful if staff come back with some ballpark numbers saying, assume we managed to change the LTD impact. Instead of paying 100%, we should be paying, say, 10%, and then recalculate and we could probably see whether we are complying with our budget that we've been assigned or we still exceed our budget.
So through the chair, if I understand the question from the trustee, if that was a realistic picture, that would be something definitely we would be engaging in. At this point, there's no path forward to even being able to reduce our costs to 10% of what our overall cost is right now. But your point is taken that if that was our cost, we're not balanced within our revenues. So there's a lot of work we need to do in the next little while on LTD. But that is, another calculation we can look at just to see what that looks like.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff.
Other questions? Student trustee Leroy?
Two quick questions for you guys. Included in this new budget, are we including the debt servicing costs for last year's LT?
So through the chair, this is just within the fiscal year only. So for example, we'd be adding 55 point some odd million dollars to our overall kind of cumulative deficit that we have on top of the current fiscal year once we get to August 31st of 2023. So this is kind of another fiscal look on top of where we hopefully end up with a better position than we projected at revised estimates. But this is another year's worth of accumulation of debt potentially.
Okay, and in terms of our plan that you guys are making to LTD impact, included in that plan, is there a potential for renegotiation for, because like trustee Daryl D'Souza says, some boards are paying 10%, we're paying 100%. Is there a potential for any renegotiation in the future, or is that out of the question?
So through the chair, currently we are working with the ministry under a multi-year financial recovery plan. We'd like to think everything can be discussed with the ministry, but because these plans are embedded within collective agreements and anything financially related is dealt with at a central provincial table for negotiating, there's nothing we can do on a local basis to negotiate anything. It would have to be done on a central basis, which would involve the ministry being involved with that.
We're just left to absorb these costs for.
Through the chair, that's why it's a very difficult situation, a very unique situation. And we just continue on the path forward, working with the ministry. That is our one path forward right now.
Are there any other questions? Clarification? So there is a motion in this presentation that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed 2023-2024 total operating budget of 1.019 billion, which results in a deficit position of 55.6 million on the condition that the minister approves the multi-year financial recovery plan. Could I have a mover? Moved by trustee Daryl D'Souza, seconded by trustee Thomas. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Madam Director, we're moving into, we gotta
Through
wait.
the
for
chair,
them.
motion to move in camera.
We have to wait for them.
Oh, with apologies, we need the rest of the trustees.
Don't say anything. Don't jinx it. Okay, so we are all back. We're going to have a motion to move into in camera. I have motion to moved by trustee Bria Corbett, seconded by trustee Sean Xavier. All in favor? We move into 10 minutes. Do we need 10 minutes? So 9:10. We should be back 9:10. To those who are listening or watching us, we will be now going into in camera. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the regular board meeting of August, no, sorry, of June. There we are. June 21st, 2023. So we have a report from the in-camera session, please.
Okay. Approval of the Board of Trustees in camera regular board meeting, May 23. Minutes of in camera session of Administration and Finance Committee meeting, May 2, 2023. Minutes of in camera session of Faith and Program Committee meeting, May 9, 2023. Personal matter, appointment and that's a verbal report. Then one and motion I have to read, right? Board of Trustee open meeting motion. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees approves the recommended motion from in-camera session of the Committee of the Whole dated June 2023. The trustee Imato Ivanosi is hereby censured and is barred from the following until her completion of courses on the subject of human rights, equity, inclusion, and the role of trustee as determined by Dufferin Catholic District School Board, Employee Relations Department within the timeline specified. Communicating directly with the school administration other than through the family of school superintendent on the school related matters. Attending schools and or school events other than graduation. As a result of her contravention of section 218-1 of the Education Act, the Dufferin Catholic District School Board, policy 1.02, Code of Conduct, trustees, for the reasons discussed at the meeting of the Committee of the Whole of June 2023 and set out in motion in. And you don't want to mention that's who moved or who moved the motion or nothing?
We have to vote on it.
Vote on-
again. We have to vote on it
Okay.
again.
All right.
You have to vote on this.
So moved by,
I mean,
you moved.
I mean,
Luz moved and second by Bria. Bria, all in favor? Unanimous. Anybody opposed? Sorry. The motion I read.
we have to do it again.
Do it again.
Vote it again.
Two oppose, okay. One oppose.
The vote is
One against. One oppose, yes. No. Okay, then, and other one is approval of in camera, private session trustees only, okay? And another one, approval of minutes from in camera, private only, trustees only, administration finance committee meeting, May 2nd, 2023.
Mhm. So that's it?
That's it.
So, future meetings, the next meeting is August 22, 23. So I wish you all the best for the summer. Good luck in all graduations. So could I have somebody to move adjournment? Moved by trustee Mario Pascucci, seconded by trustee Sean Xavier. All in favor?
Yes.
Good night, everyone. Have a great summer.
holidays.